I think we're ready. Hello. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. Hello, Camilla. Hello, Punny. Hello, Mr. Taco. Hello, Willow. And hello, Bug. Today we are beginning episode 3 of Umineko, which is titled Banquet of the Golden Witch. Of which I have not changed it. Well, I'm gonna do this first. So, as mentioned in other sites that you don't have to visit if you don't want to, because I'll just tell you anyways. We're gonna do another poll. Once more. It is time to do the official character popularity contest for Umineko. Here it is. Except I fucked it up. Never mind. I forgot to put the part where I tell you to do the poll. And that I tell you that it's a poll. There we go. There. And now it's pinned and it all works. Can you see it? Actually, I can just click on it myself just to see if you can see it. Yeah. Yeah, what happened with them? Are they still good and alive and healthy and with no traumas? As you might see, for whatever reason, the first poll where it says the favorite characters thing is all messed up in terms of character order. I don't know why that happens. Because when I see it in the preview, it doesn't look like that. It has a different order. I don't know why it's like that. The correct order that I intended to use is the one in the hate poll. The hate poll has the canonical order of characters in terms of age, based on my own headcanons. Uh-huh. So we have 3 new characters. There's Lambda, there's Burn, and there's the Stakes of Purgatory, which are technically 7 characters, but I didn't feel like making a single entry for each one of them. So I'm sorry if you really like Asmodeus but hate Satan. You're just gonna have to put them all in the same group. And you might say, oh, these characters have like 3 lines, so nobody's gonna vote for them. I know. I know, but I need to put them there because they already have bios. Anybody who has a bio needs to be in the poll. Byrne was not in the previous poll because she had not appeared in the actual bios. What the hell? What was that noise? Oh, I think I know what it was. Never mind. A deal was raised by the Fae that their birth turns gave them said Fae. Oh, okay. So not actually a Fae themselves. Correct, Camilla. You cannot use spoiler knowledge. You cannot use spoiler knowledge. You can only use information that you got from what you've seen so far. As of the end of episode 2. So again, still no crowd smoking that blunt. You gotta hold on to that one. Hello, Happy Toaster. Plus, you can do plus 10s? Oh wait, it's a skill, right? So yeah, you can do that. It's not a stat, it's a skill. So yes, you can do plus 10s. Are we making predictions? No. You're just deciding who your favorite is and who your least favorite is. There's no winners here. There might be losers, but there's no winners. This is actually tough because last chapter was so Rosa-centric. I know, right? You kind of want to put her in first place as your favorites. Oh, I guess I need to vote on this as well, right? I forgot. Let me think. So I kind of like what you did in this one. I think I'm still very attached to you. And then it gets a little bit difficult, you know? Because I feel like it would be in the spirits of this poll to have a lot of recency bias, you know? Because that makes it more interesting to watch. Like, yeah, this character is really cool, but this other character did a lot in the previous stream, so maybe I should just let the recency bias kick in. A shifter of what creature? You know, now that I said the thing about the recency bias, I'm reconsidering. Maybe I just go full in on the recency bias. Yeah, I'm gonna go full in on the recency bias. I don't think anybody else is gonna do that, so yeah. Art-related bias. So you? And you? And you, I guess? I guess? Yeah, sure. I'm gonna put you in there. And now the characters I hate the most. Small flames. Oh. You know, Punny, I have a friend who made a shifter that was also a barbarian. And they were a honey badger, so they were incredibly dangerous. But the thing is that on their very first encounter, they had to fight a guy that was driving a war horse. And, like, even though you're a barbarian and you're a honey badger, you're level 1, right? So you go up against the war horse, and the war horse just kicks you immediately and knocks you out in, like, 2 hits. And it was really funny, but also very sad. Like, not even the guy riding the horse itself knocked him out. Okay, let me see how the... Oh, wait, I haven't even finished filling in my poll. Let me see. I'm not gonna put you in the least favorite. I'm not gonna put you in the least favorite. We got Nanjo. We got Genji. Ginso kind of gave me some bad vibes in the last few streams. I don't like it. I don't feel great about that guy. Rosa. The less is said about Rosa, the better. And I guess who's my third pick? Rubbing my hands. Who's my third pick for least favorite?
You gotta be kidding.
Because I don't want to vote for the same 3 every time. Come on. You guys need to do better. Wait, I think I voted for George the other time instead of... I think Ginso didn't make it to my least favorites last time. This time it did. Not you, not you, not you. Okay, this is difficult. I need to pick between George and Kraus. Who do I go with? What did George do last time? No, I need to go with the recency bias. I'm voting Kraus. I need to go with the recency bias. There we go. All done. Now I start because I can't see the results yet. It's too early in the stream. So I forget, is it 3.5? Because this sounds like 3.5. This doesn't sound like 5th edition. Let me see. I'm gonna put this here, and then we're gonna start in a second. Beep beep. This is 5th edition. Oh, okay. I forget how skills work in 5th edition. Because yeah, I saw plus 10 and I was like, that sounds like a 3.5 to me. Because 3.5 manages big numbers in the character sheets. Is that it? Yeah, okay. Well, I assume everybody's currently doing or has done the poll. So we're gonna keep going. Are you ready? Episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. Good morning. I'm quite surprised to see you still haven't surrendered. The Golden Witch has extremely high hopes for you. Have you figured out the structure of this world by now? You have no chance at victory unless you know the rules. Please enjoy your game with the witch to your heart's content. The difficulty level is equal. Equal for both you and the witch. What was the previous one? Whoops, I think I just pressed an episode 2. My bad. Whoops. You may perform witchcraft to jump forward in time. Oh yeah, you can do this after you clear an episode. I forgot. You got the whole skip thingy. That's cool. Oh, that's actually better than reloading saves. I wish I knew about this. I'm just doing this so I can escape to the menu, by the way. Okay. Yes. I forgot you don't need to click on the episodes to see the descriptions. You just need to hover over them. The difficulty level is extreme. This one is standard. And this one is equal. Okay. We're really close to that episode 1. Oh my god. It's really scary. Okay, now we start episode 3. Correct. Are you ready? It's probably gonna be another long-winded intro before we get to the actual thing. By now, you guys have an idea of how the rules of the game work. So you kind of know the drill, right? The base was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of grandfather's favorite collection, so that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile beauty. Was always given strict orders never to touch it. But that just made me want to touch it. What do we have here? No, I'm curious. Okay, it's just all the guys here. And it's the generic bios. We have these two here as well. That's interesting. Oh, but we don't have everyone. We only have you and your goons. Don't forget about the title of the game. As you can see, Camilla, I already forgot, so checkmate. I like that I'm calling these by their subtitles, because that makes it better to internalize, because I never actually learned the subtitles for these. FF1? I mean, that checks out to me. Knowing the things that I know about Square Enix, that makes sense to me. Very baffling company. It looked light, and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave it an indescribable sense of dignity. I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Because of that, just a brush of a finger by someone like me would. Just like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up. It disappeared, fell, and broke into pieces. I realized that because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Grandfather will probably scold me. Probably very harshly. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. As I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. As mysteriously glowing golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather, one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, had arrived. Oh? Oh, hello! The butterflies kept gathering until they formed a cloud, and then she was there. She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me. Good day to you, princess. Beatrice! Oh my! Why are you crying so? And on a day so well suited for a tea party? I broke grandfather's precious vase. I don't even know how to pronounce that word. Grandfather's gonna get mad at me. I don't know what to do. I see. That is worrying. The master really treasured this particular vase, didn't he? Imagining how he'll punish you scares even me, Beatrice. It's like face, so it is base. It's base. I've been hearing it called vase instead of vase, and that's just made me all self-conscious about it. Grandfather was a very frightening person. And when you failed to follow something he said even once, he would become so mad, with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry. It's the tomato. Oh, I see. By the way, just a small aside about this whole discussion about bases and how they can very easily be broken and how your parents will scold you about it. I once spoke to my parents about this. You know how people have a tendency to put like very fragile objects in high places, and I asked them, why do you put them in high places where If they fall, they're gonna break no matter what. And why do you put like let's say you put it in like a small uh table or something like that, uh like mounted on a little piece of furniture mounted on the wall. And I'm like, why do you always put it in a place that's really cumbersome to get around by? It's almost like you're setting it up so that somebody runs into it and breaks it. And you know what they replied to me? They said, yes, I actually do set it up like that. Why? And I asked, why did you do that? And they said, it is because doing so teaches children to be more careful around fragile objects. And that just changed my worldview forever, because I was like, wow, people are just doing fucked up shit for real. For no reason, just to be evil. I possess no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears, princess. But if you need magic that will prevent the master from scolding you, I might be able to manage something. Really? Yes, if you'll be gracious enough to believe in my power, princess. The power of belief is the source of magic. Miracles only appear before those of great faith. I believe. I believe in your power, Beatrice. So please, fix this vase. Please. If that is what you want, princess, then leave it to me, Beatrice. When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. When they're older. just make, raising the difficulty. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse of Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic's power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember, what form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time. Well, prepare for your GM to put you in a bunch of rivers. Were they words, or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they've been on display, reassembling into their original form. Incredible. See? Now it's back to normal. This way, you won't have to get yelled at by the master. Thank you. Oh, I see. Beatrice, you really are amazing. You can fix broken vases like it's nothing. That is not true. Returning something broken to its original form is a very, very difficult thing to do. My magic can only make it remember what it once was for a short time. Huh? But the vase really returned back to the way it was, right? Correct. But that doesn't mean the vase has avoided its fate of being broken. All I did was temporarily get the broken vase to remember its form before it broke. I have not yet attained the high levels of magical power that might be used to restore a broken fate to its original form. At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered, and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed the black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the base was broken. Beatrice let me see the base being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she changed the fate of the base being broken. And so, the base remembered its true fate and broke. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that had snuck in. That's right. Beatrice never said, "Let's fix the base." She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the base breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with that magic. It is very easy to break something. After all, you didn't need magic to break the base, princess. Then, is fixing stuff really hard? It is. It's so hard that you broke down crying, unsure of what to do. Does that mean magic is easier to use when doing terrifying things? That breaking and killing is really easy, but fixing and reviving things is really hard? That's right. With magic, it is far easier to break and kill. That's why weak witches lose to temptation and become intoxicated with gathering easy power for themselves, neglecting their true magical training. Real magic is the power to repair, to revive, to summon happiness that has disappeared, to summon love that has grown cold. And it can even summon a smile to the face of a princess who has forgotten how. Then, Beatrice, since you managed to fix that base, does that mean you're an incredible witch? My days of trimming are far from over. After all, I couldn't make the base forget its fate for even an hour. I'm sure my teacher, who taught me magic, would have been able to restore the base to its original form forever. So if it kept breaking and breaking, she'd be able to fix it over and over again? Yes. When one reaches that level, they are considered to be an endless witch. That is the endless level that all witches ought to reach. We offer the utmost respect to those witches and call them by that title. An endless witch. That's right. The witches with the power to mend things endlessly, the concept of breaking doesn't even exist. They are released from all the sadness caused by losing things and are promised eternal bliss. Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test. In other words, the human's life is a journey, searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss. I wonder if I could become a witch like you and gain eternal happiness. You, princess? It is a long, long, difficult path, you see. I want to become a witch. I want to find happiness. Beatrice, I want to become your disciple. Do you have even a trace of doubt in that feeling? No. I want to become a witch too. I understand. Then, until you get tired of me, I will make you my disciple. Will you call me teacher? Yes, teacher. That's a good answer. Then from now on, learn the depths of magic along with me. I am also in training. Let us both learn the proper use of magic, learn our best to reach that blissful level. Yes, teacher. You have a guess of who's the first person here. Well, it's good that you're guessing because they're not telling us. Moving on to the next scene. Ah, a dream. Oh, it was no one. Okay. That face takes me back. An endless witch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement was now just another one of my titles. No, you might even call it my calling card. Every once in a while, being called that can be quite satisfying. I trained so many days to achieve that rank. It'd be a bit of a waste if I never got a chance to appreciate it. She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom. I remember what teacher told me. When one is released from all sadness, it is the same as eternal bliss. That's what makes me think. That teacher couldn't ever have reached that level. Eternal bliss means eternal boredom. And that's the beginning of eternal torture. But it all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want, can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst source of poison, which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because the eternal bliss they've reached. Now that I've earned the name of Endless Witch, I truly wish I could speak with Teacher again. Is happiness really what lay at the end of our training? And just what is happiness? I wish I could talk with her about that now. Training has no ends when you think you've reached the eternal level. That's exactly the time to bemoan your own immaturity. I recall those words as though she'd answered me directly. I see. So I'm immature, am I? How amusing. How truly amusing. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It was coming from my furniture. What? Did they break their toy again? Yatoriche-sama! This guy stopped moving again! And I haven't had nearly enough fun yet. What a pathetic man. But I haven't gotten a chance to play at all yet! Let me play! Let me play! Be silent, Phil! If you keep devouring him like starving dogs, of course he'll keep breaking right away, no matter how well Yatoriche-sama fixes him up. You broke him the most, Seitane. You just don't know what holding back means. My apologies, Yatoriche-sama. Please forgive my stupid little sisters. Fix him quickly! I'm next! I'm next! Ah! Must you keep on that infernal racket? A single yell was all to make the noisy sisters of the Seven Stakes vanish. Hello, Cube. How's it going? All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want breaking him. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hit themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. It had no form anymore. It's hard even for me to remember its original form in the States. Better to make it remember for itself, perhaps. Oh well. Claiming territory, I waved my golden pipe. Then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? After all, right now, you pretty much look like a huge lump of scrap meat. I have no idea which part is your arm and which is your leg. Unless you remember, I won't even be able to recall your face. By the power of magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Which parts should go in which parts, and where should join with where. That's right, just like that. No, no, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. That's it. Good, good. Good morning. Have you woken up, Ushiromiya Battler? How ironic that your true nightmare begins after you have awakened. Oh! Oh! There he is, the hero of the story. Our favorite guy, our favorite loser, battler. If you would just accept that I'm a witch, you'll quickly wake up from this nightmare and I'll send you to heaven. I am the king of Mount Purgatory. There's no escape from this hell without my approval. You call this hell? That's just useless. It's all useless. I'm impressed you can still talk like that. After experiencing the pain of death not once like any normal human, but more times than I could count with all of my fingers. This is why I never get bored. The protagonist that will solve everything, yes! I never get bored of you. Yeah, no boredom problem here. After all, I get my pick of those massive teeth nechans with the dazzling asses in my harem. Thanks to that, I'm not likely to get bored for a while now. That's splendid! Otherwise, I would get bored too. So, my furniture. I fixed him, so you can play as much as you want. Thank you very much. All mine! I told you, your turn's over, I'm next. Get away from him! Oh. Wonderful, isn't it, Battler-kun? Look how popular you are. Popular guys have it rough. Get in line, freaks. If you just stayed of eating instead of acting tough, this would go much easier. Nah, he's good like this. The screams feel so much better. Okay, let's not break him so quickly this time. Did you all hear me? You aren't running this show. Battler, let's continue where we left off, okay? After they locked Jessica-chan's room with the master key, how did they return the key to the corpse's pockets, which was inside the room? Well, maybe... That's it. They used a fishing line or something. Then just the key into the room through the crack of the door. Wrong! So naive. Of all the doors that exist on Rokkenjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. He was wrong, right? Right? Okay, this time it's me, my turn. Where should I strike? Me, back of the hands. No fair! Okay, then I got the back of his other hands. I'll take the tip of his nose. Why? Why? Let me do it too. Let me strike too. Ah. Don't be so slow, Leviane. We've always done first come, first serve. Okay, I'll take the top of his foot. Wah! Me too, me too. I'll take his shoulder, okay? You're sisters, right? Play nice with each other, okay? Ugh. I can't believe you're still resisting. Why haven't you realized that your false courage actually gets us fired up? Sorry, but false courage and being stubborn are my specialties. No matter how you all try to confuse the issues, I definitely won't accept witches and magic. Even though you can't explain anything with humans and tricks. Are you stupid? Know your place. It's okay. We don't have to force him to accept it. Soon he'll want to accept it so hard he'll start crying. Even now, he really wants to kneel down on the ground pitifully and beg our forgiveness. Those are the only things he's good at. He's also tall, okay? He's also pretty tall. He's broken already. Beatrice-sama. Ah, well. Since they know I can revive him over and over, my furniture won't even hesitate to break him. Good grief. Given eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death in life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage. Come, battler. Remember your original form again. I'll toy with you to my heart's content, understand? I see, I see. How truly pleasant to have a toy to play with for all eternity. Ah, could this be the endless bliss witches gain at the endless level? I see, I see. Yes, this bliss certainly is amusing. I'll revive you over and over, kill you over and over. Let's see, what kind of murder play will unfold in the next game board? Come, bring it in. Let the next game begin, Ushiromiya Battler. And now the intro. Yay! These folks are crazy? Yeah! I'm starting to think that is the case. After seeing them for like, I don't know, 30 hours, I'm starting to think that way. As far as I can tell, this is the same intro, right? Everything seems the same to me. If you use your magic on food someone's eaten, we got to see that in the previous episode. You probably don't want to know what happens. Everyone has such dramatic expressions. Yeah. I mean, it's when they cry. Welcome to Rokkenjima. I do feel welcome. Thank you. We're back on the boat. We've really rewound time. Damn. Too bad Aniki hates cigarettes so much. Sorry. She's been pretty grumpy since last night. Please don't hold it against her. I need to rearrange my fucking brain. Guys. We're back to every character is alive, so I need to voice everybody. Oh, fuck. It literally feels like spinning plates over here. Yeah, kinda like that, basically. Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Oh, they smoke? Well, I guess it is 80s Japan, right? At this point, it was pretty much a given that everybody smokes. Not like in a nicotine addict sort of way, but in a... Everybody uses it as a way to pass time. Even if you don't smoke, scare quotes, you smoke. You know what I mean? Eva had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. It's kind of like how Kiryu from Yakuza doesn't really smoke throughout the whole game, but he does smoke in cutscenes. In some of them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong winds gave him some trouble. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. Even Ichiban smokes, and I don't even remember any scene where he smokes, but I believe you. When did you start smoking cigarettes, Hideyoshi-san? Just after the war. In the beginning, I was rolling them. Then I started using what I sold. So you were always smoking when you met Aniki. You were already smoking. Bet she's always telling you to stop. I never listened to her, so she's already completely given up on that. Men gotta be stubborn. Times like these. Especially for something as important as smoking. Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. After being scolded by Eva, they'd escaped to the deck together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her way in that exchange. She isn't usually so short-tempered. In fact, she's usually a more gentle, quiet woman. Every year she changes when this day comes. Is that so? To me, she just looks like the Aniki we've all known for so long. That's just it. She's back to being Eva of the Ushinomiya family. But that ain't the Eva I know. Well, I know why she's grumpy. This family conference is gonna be a pain. Got that right. There's the plan to threaten money out of Krau's Nissan. We may call it a family conference, but it's gotta be just a sibling fight at this rate. Before the family conference, 3 of the siblings had made a secret pact without Kraus. They were all facing urgent situations and needed a lot of money fast. And the only one they could turn to was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushinomiya head, now that Ginso spent his time shut up in his study. For a long time now, they'd vaguely sensed that Kraus was taking advantage of the fact that Ginso had lost interest in his own wealth. And they suspected that he'd started embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they turned a blind eye to it while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they really couldn't afford to let it slide. Eva had asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Kraus. Rudolph-kun, both you and I are company presidents. We're responsible for the livelihood of our employees. Rosa's a president too. Well, as a hobby. That's right. Sorry. Basically, we've all got responsibilities. Now that I've thrown down the gauntlet in front of the executive board, I gotta bring in the money, even if it means getting down on my knees and drinking mud. Yeah, sure. I haven't done art streams lately, but sure. Same here. I can't betray the employees who've trusted me and followed me for so long. That's why I need to get some money out of Krau's Nissan, even if it had to grab him by the neck. I like the little comment that Rudolph did where it's like, hey, you have to remember Rosa. Rosa's part of the team too, you know? It's like, yeah, whatever, I guess. Aniki and Aniki have always been at each other's throats. And now she's gotta challenge Aniki head on. It's no wonder she's on edge. So, Eva really has had a bad relationship with Krau's Nissan since long ago? Hasn't she talked about it? They were always at each other's throats. She never talks about the past, even if I ask. She probably doesn't want to remember. She's always been brainy and shrewd. Her grades were good too. Compared to that, Aniki was just average. The simple fact she existed Would have been pressure enough, but she kept boasting about it and driving him into a corner. That fool. Why drive him into a corner so openly? I'd hardly call that shrewd. No kidding. Aniki regretted being born a woman, though she probably couldn't forgive Aniki, since he was chosen to succeed the head just because he was a man. She'd always boasted that, letting him see that she was better at every little thing. Father really is an old-fashioned person. Gender discrimination was part of his system of values. Everybody immediately going, fuck, why did I not vote for Ginso? Too late. It's too fucking late. I'll bet Eva's eagerness to prove herself made him dislike her a bit. A bit Gundam. I don't know who's saying this. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar in black tea? The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. I kinda just assume all the adults are sexist in this. I don't know, maybe there's one of them who's woke. Rose is probably not sexist. I'm just saying, Rose is probably not sexist. Since you can still drink black tea without sugar. He was in effect saying that there was no need for women to study. Those infuriating words were what Nissan hurled at me in my despair, when I asked to go to college only to be denied by father. Oh, this is probably Eva. I protested that I needed to build up proper dignity and an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushinomiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, father's and Nissan's answers were exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. I'm remembering the part where Ginso is describing his children in the ways he hates them. And it's basically like, they're all incompetent. Except Eva, who I hate because she's a woman. Basically. Who's a woman who doesn't know her place. That is why I hate Eva. I've never taken the Ushinomiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it. And I've been even more careful not to take my father's name, Ushinomiya Kinso, lightly. Our family is an old one with many traditions, but it lost its wealth and businesses in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. That was when father took control with his ingenious talents, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. She's chill, just incompetent, yeah. That's fine. Not once did I forget that I was the daughter of that great Ushinomiya Kinso. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushinomiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach father's level, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. We've been joking about girl bossing since pretty much the beginning. You're about to see real girl bossing. However, in the end, father never acknowledged my efforts. To father, a woman was only meant to support a man, and nothing further than that was permissible. When was it that I came to understand that? It may have been as early as my childhood years, but I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that Kraus, my older brother of 2 years, worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushinomiya family name. He told me many times since my early childhood that he would naturally succeed father, simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't stand it. Even though I always got better grades than Nissan, even though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president, even so, Nissan was considered to be the appropriate successor to the Yoshinomiya family just because he was a man. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days, as was the style at the time, unlike now. No, it was even considered a virtue in that era. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents. When she gets married, she obeys. By the way, this is set in the 80s. This is not even set in the 2000s. She obeys her husband, and when she gets old, she obeys her children. But that was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized that all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar in black tea? The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Oh, this is Eva. What do you mean by that, Nissan? Just as there are roles that only men can fill, there are also roles that can only be filled by women, correct? Oh no, 450. I do believe giving birth to children, raising them, and supporting the master of the house are roles that can only be filled by women. Wow, you're so right, Kraus. Maybe I don't regret voting for you instead of Kinso. Maybe. Are you trying to say there's no need for a woman to work or study? I wouldn't go that far. Talking to an unschooled woman is tiring and nothing more. Fuck, man. However, women are even more tiring when they're too smart. I do believe that a woman is violently assertive as you bring no end of hardship to her future husbands. You know, I feel vindicated by my recency bias right now. Are you trying to say that a woman has to marry and hide in the shadow of her husband? That's none of your business. Though you're my younger sister, I can look up to you for the respect you hold for father, and your desire to become a daughter worthy of him. This guy should start a podcast. He should start a podcast in the 80s and have it fail because it's too early for podcasts to be popular. Classic Kraus move. Even I am capable of feeling respect for such noble sentiments. That's just disgusting. What's this about noble sentiments? I'd call that flowery prose coming from you. Are you pretending to be the head already? The decision that I should succeed the headship has been established from the very beginning. And yet, you seem to be laboring under the illusion that you might become the head, hence the useless and reckless efforts you've expended thus far. Reckless efforts? Is it really that bizarre for me to say I want to go to college? Yes, it is bizarre. You undoubtedly are the oldest daughter of the glorious Yoshinomiya family. One day you will support that family crest by being wed to the partner most valuable for father. However, excessive learning is not what's being asked of you. What you need are gentle feelings that will allow you to care for your husband, the ability to handle housework, and a humble demeanor that will reflect well on the master of your household. These are all skills you lack utterly. In the end, can you really call yourself a suitable daughter of the Yoshinomiya family? I have no intention of being secluded lady. Of being some secluded lady. I just want to become the person most capable of assisting father at his work. Then shouldn't you do so in a manner befitting of Yoshinomiya family daughter? What is it with you? Please kick his ass. You're still mannish even at your age, and you've never learned how to wear makeup in a way that will please men, much less how to cook and do housework. You know who's cheering this guy on really strongly? George. George is like, fuck yeah, man, I'm gonna be out of the bottom in no time. This guy's gonna save my ass. I'm gonna climb out of that bottom free in no time. I hear you've even been learning how to brawl. That's rude. The martial arts aren't brawling. They're a perfect way to train and discipline the mind. And when it's needed, I take more than enough care to act as a woman should. What are you trying to say? That women should be slaves who work for men? So I mustn't be so forward? It is inelegant to say it out loud. But yes, but I think a few unpleasant words are necessary in order to correct your mistake. So let me say it plainly. Woman exists to serve man, and men exist to provide for woman. A woman's job is to protect a man's back, to protect his house and raise his children. Most women realize this without being told. They realize it on their own. But even after all these years, you still haven't realized that about yourself. So I've decided to clear away that misunderstanding for you before you leave this family. You ought to thank me. This is an insult to all women. No, wait, I have never thought of myself as a woman, and I've never depended on anyone because I'm a woman. How am I inferior to you, Nissan? In grades and accomplishments, in everything, I'm better. So how can you look down on me when you have nothing I lack, except the fact that you're a man? It's about knowing one's place. Every day, I have been raised with the readiness of one who will be head. In the future, that preparation will surely become essential. But you are different. Even though you will marry and lose usually a family name, you're being trapped by this unnecessary illusion. What's your complaint? You know you had been born a man. Oh, this is still the same guy. The successor to the headship still probably wouldn't have been you. Why are you so unsatisfied that you insist on attacking me even now? It's tough being an Ep3, baby Eva, that's what I'm saying. What's my complaint, you say? Nissan, you're always like that. Descending family from JJK. And we all know what happened to them. Well, you probably don't because nobody here read JJK except probably you and me. So I'm just saying, they were onto something with what happened to that family. Looking down on me because you'll succeed the head, even though... Ah! What's my complaint, you say? I've got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliations that I'll never forget kept floating through the back of my mind. Yup. They all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan. What's all this noise? I hear somebody's trying to steal my place in the bottom three. God isn't the only one who holds silence as a virtue. Father! Father! Both of them said father. He'd probably overheard our sibling fights. Father entered with a clearly unhappy face. Kraus, are you fighting with your siblings again? Why don't you have the dignity to act as a leader for your brother and sisters? How shameful! I'm embarrassed to hear this from my eldest son. In a flash, he struck Kraus' face. Yup. I readied myself to be struck in the same way. But I wasn't his. My apologies, father. Dignity isn't the only thing you lack. There's much more. You're immature in everything. And even so, you pretend like you're an adult. Realize that it's 100 years too early for you to talk like that, and devote yourself to your studies. Don't make me lament my son's incompetence anymore. Yes, I will continue to strive so that I can become a person worthy of succeeding you, father. It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled at by father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special. About how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it, and finally spoke what was on my mind. even though I realized that it would be improper for a member of the Yoshinomiya family to do such a thing. Father, please, tell me how I'm inferior to him. I've tried so hard, studied so hard to become a person who won't bring shame to your name. Please, tell me how I'm inferior. How can I improve myself enough to earn your acknowledgement? Yeah, he's going bald. That again? How many times do I have to say it before you'll understand? I expect nothing from you. Woman should be woman and just learn how to cook and sew. You aren't prepared at all as a woman. In you, I don't see a trace of the mindset needed to serve one's husband, to earnestly devote oneself to a man's needs. What good are you as a woman? Don't you realize that you're a daughter of the Yoshinomiya family? And yet, you only want to learn things so that you can act like a man. Your duty is not to imitate crows. Don't you even understand your own duty? As a member of the Yoshinomiya family, I won't bring shame to your name. That's it. That's where you're already wrong. Your duty is to marry out of the family and bring me a man who is profitable to me. And then you will devote yourself to your husband, give birth to children, and multiply. Be a good wife who brings praise to your husband's family. Just what is it that you can do to please a man? Do you think you can make tea? Do you have any talent in cooking? You have nothing. All you've done is to try and mimic crows, haven't you? Crows will succeed the Yoshinomiya family. If you are unsatisfied with that, then you are disobeying me. Are you saying you'll refuse to listen to what I say, even though you're my daughter? Get out! You're disinherited. I won't let you call yourself an Yoshinomiya. Disinherited! Disinherited! Grounded! Ugh! Father, hang in there. Please, calm down. Genji-san, could you bring some water? Yes. Immediately. Leave this place. He doesn't mean what he says. I will calm him down. Disinherited! If you won't listen to me, you're disinherited! Why is he crying? What the hell, man? Father was coughing pretty badly and Nissan patted his back. Wait, Ginzo isn't cool and base? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is how you have to learn. It's like, you're probably like, what? He actually hates women? I thought people were just saying it as a meme. I didn't think it was real. I thought all the abuse would always be off screen. Father was coughing pretty badly and Nissan patted his back. As if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. You're gonna lurk because this looks like spoilers. Hello, Laha, and goodbye, Laha. Enjoy your lurk. This is spoilers, you're right. It isn't the worst spoilers you can see, but it is spoilers. Yeah, he's no longer in the honorary lesbian club, sadly. It's awesome how George is just climbing the ladder. Not by virtue of being better, but by everybody just being worse than him. Like, they saw George at the bottom and they're like, we can do worse than you. You're doing baby shits. You do not deserve that bottom place. If I carelessly approach Father at this moment, then I would probably be the one to get hit next. However, I fearlessly tried to approach Father's back. Genji blocked me. Eva-sama, perhaps it would be better if you stepped outside for now. The master is not in a good mood today. But... why are my children so incompetent? Krause is lacking in dignity. Eva is always a stubborn tomboy. I have no son who's like a man, and not even a daughter who's like a woman. See what I mean? Genji's like, see what I mean, Eva? He's he's having such a bad day, he already forgot he has 2 other children. Where did I go wrong raising them? Because the age gap is not as big. The age gap is not nearly as big. Rudolph and Rosa are already exist. They're already born. Why, Genji? When and where did I go wrong? Master. It went wrong pretty much immediately. No, you haven't done anything wrong. Crowd-sama has grown into a sturdy son, on account of all the hitting you do, and Eva-sama into a lovely daughter. You haven't made any mistakes. How can you say that? What's so lovely about her? Far from a lady, she's always acting like a man. Disinherited! Disinherited! Father, that's just what I'm always telling Eva. Eva has promised that she will have a change of heart and act like a lady. Couldn't you postpone that decision for just a little longer? Who's the lady? Disinherited! Disinherited! Oh. Go quickly and live this to me. Charles gave me a look telling me that. Well, that was awesome. Did I take the wrong path just like Father and Nissan said? True. I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I learned was done in the hopes that I could help Father someday. But is that really true? Haven't I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I've had a bad relationship since I was a young girl? Because I wanted to seal his position as successor and show him a thing or two? Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination just because of my gender. Something people are born with and can't do anything about. Yeah, that's true. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior, despite being a woman. But that doesn't mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I've got against Nissan. Doesn't that mean? Okay. Uh, yeah, I guess so. I guess you're right. Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out in public and not be embarrassed. Did I betray his hopes, earning good grades and turning in Nissan just to satisfy a childhood resentment? That's not it. You swore to me, saying, I will become the successor to the Yoshinomiya family. You. The one whispering to me was the me of my years as a young girl, born inside my heart on the day I made that oath. That's right. She was my only ally. When things got difficult, when I felt like I was about to get crushed by it all, she would always quietly appear and support me. When I ran into roadblocks and despaired, she would always appear and support me. When I grew up and the memories of my childhood years faded, I also started to forget my conversations with her. I, Yoshinomiya Eva, will definitely become the head of the Yoshinomiya family. And I'll triumph over that irritating, arrogant Kraus. On that day, we promised to do our best together to achieve that. That's right, we promised. On that day, I promised that I would become the successor to the Yoshinomiya headship. On that day, when I had been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive, you appeared from inside me and lent me your strength. Father didn't accept me. I wanted to teach Nissan a lesson. I believed that doing this, I would let me say goodbye to that wretched creature I once was. For a time, I truly believed that my life had no purpose other than to be looked down upon by Nissan. It's painful just remembering those days. There are wounds, a crack inside my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound. I turned my anger into effort and improved myself, trying to become a person more worthy of the headship than Kraus was. Trying to triumph over him by making Father accept me. It was my perfect revenge. I was vaguely aware that a woman couldn't possibly become family head, but I thought that maybe, if I could prove myself valuable enough to overturn that premise, then surely even Father would select me to be his successor. If that happened, then I'd be able to have the greatest and most perfect revenge against Nissan, who always acted like his succession to the headship was completely inevitable. That's right. If we can manage that, the wounds in our heart will be healed. We promised each other to do our best until that day comes. And now you're saying you're gonna break that promise? Scum. Coward. If only you just give up and die. Even though she looked like me as a kid, it was still another me. Her tongue was sharp because it was mine. It makes me pretty mad hearing that, even from myself. You have no right to speak of me like that. Then let's use that anger to fuel our learning. Changing anger into power is my magic. I've saved you from a bunch of tight spots with that power, letting you succeed when you shouldn't have. As long as you have my magic, there's nothing you can't do. That's right. Anger has always been my driving force. Oh man, I don't even want to know what's going on with Crunchyroll right now. I wonder when it was I forgot that. She's got the fangies! Look at that. If you can remember me again, that magic will become ours once more. Come on, let's turn that anger into power and study even harder, okay? I know we've still got a lot to learn. Let's go to college, study more and more, get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy acts like we're nothing, but I'm sure he feels pretty cornered in the inside. If only he'd just learn his place and die. If he did, he could become the head. Oh, we could become the head. Oh, that is enough. Riddle won't take the job. That kid can't go against us. Stop that. No matter how much more I study, Father still won't accept me. Why not? Again. Rudolph acknowledge. Rosa not acknowledge. It's like, I can imagine Eva going, and what about Rosa? And then her younger self going, what about Rosa? Father told me to be womanly. Because I'm a woman, no matter how hard I tried, Father wouldn't have passed the headship on to me, even if I had been born before Nissan. No matter how much effort I put in, I can't become anything more than a woman. I won't be acknowledged. Nissan doesn't try at all, but I can't surpass him. What about Rosa? Oh, you know, the girl that we bully every day. Oh, right, her. He looked down on me forever. Father and Kraus are the worst kind of male supremacists. If only they just die. Wow, they used that term. She cursed him for my sake. Words that I couldn't say so easily, she said for me. Even though I understand that she's just another part of myself inside of me. I feel like she's the only ally I have who can sympathize with me. However, while sympathy might do a lot to calm my heart, it won't do anything to improve my current situation. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes for me to be dejected by reality, before I finally accept it. Thank you. You've done enough. Now that it's come to this, I'll become such a good lady that it'll shock even Father. I'll find an excellent man that Nissan can't even compare to. You can't do that. She rejected my timid thoughts. I understand. Because she is me, I understand. All Father said was that he won't let a woman succeed the headship now. But even that's just a rule Father made up. Since he made it, he can't get rid of it. Human feelings can change far more often than the number of sand grains on a beach. Krauss is such a stupid man that Father's eventually gonna realize it, even if we don't prove it for him. When that happens, the wall that separates man from woman will be demolished by Father himself, who set it up in the first place. That day will surely come. How can you be so sure? Because that's my magic. If you just believe, this magic will surely summon a miracle. The basis of my magic is nothing more than your believing hearts. If I use this magic, then surely I'll never have to doubt until the day I die that I'll eventually become the head. But I don't know if that's the right thing for Ushiromi Yaeva. Maybe I should aim to become the kind of lady Father wants. Someone who can proudly participate in high society. And if I'm reborn, maybe Father will change his opinion of me. Maybe I can find my own lifestyle, just as Nissan has found his. And anyway, I just can't imagine my stubborn father choosing a woman like me as the head. Especially if it means skipping over Kraus. You don't believe? I was just thinking. Maybe I can't succeed the headship, but as a woman, I can have a child. And Nissan still isn't engaged. If Nissan isn't able to father a child, and I gave birth to one, then wouldn't that make my child the next head after Nissan? In other words, wouldn't that mean the same thing as stealing the headship from Nissan? Oh, we can already see the plan. We can already see the plan and where it's going. You know where this is leading to. Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. True. It'll be very sad to abandon the result I had since childhood. It pains my heart to betray you, my younger self. But this is my most realistic option. Are you throwing away your dreams? And me as well? I'm not throwing anything away. I'm an adult, and the day has come for me to part ways with you. That's right. Eva's already become an adult. She's even forgotten how to use magic. And now she's the mother of a single child. She forgot all about how magic can grant one's own dreams, and now she's forcing those dreams onto her son. Even though Father and Kraus ruin your life, you're trying to push your dreams onto your son, ruining his life. Is that what you call being an adult? Damn. George is a son I'm proud of, one who won't embarrass himself no matter where he goes. The dream I wasn't granted might come true for George. Jessica's a delinquent in both her grades and fuck, man! She's lost the plot completely here. Yep, generational trauma continues. Jessica's a delinquent in both her grades and behavior. She could never be the successor because she's not a proper woman. She's pretty much saying this. And she's a woman! If only Jessica would step down, George would become the heir. Oh, Emma. Just shaking my head right now. Even saying it was painful. Am I just forcing my own regrets onto George? Yes. It's not like I have any right to look on Jessica with scorn. Wasn't I just horrible for hitting her with the same words that had caused me so much suffering? Spell for the award goes to Ella. Yep. I understand. The desire to triumph over my brother is part of my own personal revenge. I can't use George for that. So, I'll take revenge myself. I have a plan to cheat Nissan out of some of his money, with Rudolph and Rosa as my allies. Oh, Rosa mentioned at long last. Hello, Rosa. Eva fell off as an adult. Kinda, yeah. He kinda went the wrong path there. She took all the wrong lessons from the things she learned as a child. I'll surely be able to get back at him. In any case, I'm sure that Nathan is embezzling father's assets. What a boring plan. Why don't you just give up on that and cry yourself to sleep? This plan will surely work. We will become the Ushiromiya family head. Don't mistake what your dream is. And believe me when I say it'll definitely come true. Believe in my magic. If I believe, I wonder if any power will dwell on that magic. It will. My magic can grant any wish with certainty. With certainty, huh? I'll believe. I'll believe, so create a miracle with that magic. If you don't, the hole in my heart will never heal. Okay. Then listen well. Listen to my magic words. And understand. If we can solve the riddle, we can become the Ushiromiya family head. So lend me your ears and listen carefully. Behold the Switchfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seeks the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of a key. Are we solving the riddle at long last? Whoa! Evanesan. It looked like you were about to arrive. When Kiria shook her shoulders, Eva jumped and woke from her doze. I'm sorry. I was half asleep. Sorry to scare you. Anteva, you were out cold. You get up early this morning? Maybe. I let you all see something embarrassing. I'm sorry. Well, I'd say it's pretty impressive you were relaxed enough to sleep. Battler kept yelling, "We're gonna fall! We're gonna drown!" Can't get bored with this guy around. Shut up! All humans have at least one thing they're weak against. Battler and Jessica came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face as if saying, "Are you okay?" Get a hold of yourself. When you see that and the rest, all that sleepiness will go right out the window. Let's all give it our best, okay? That's right. We have to keep it together, especially this year. That's it. Let's all tighten our assholes and go. Earl said these strict words in a small voice that only Eva could hear. We're gonna crash! Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Eva's expression probably looked tense as well. Mom, I have our luggage. Let's go up onto the deck. Thank you. You really are considerate, George. Why are you thanking me so suddenly? Not like you, Mother. You're very ungrateful. Eva, George, we're there. Grab our luggage. Oh, we're there. We're there. Hey, Maria. Stop running or you'll trip. There she is, our goat, Rosa. It seemed Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. What is it, Mother? Do you feel sick? George, take our luggage and go on ahead. Your mother's probably feeling anemic, so I'll lend her a hand. Really? Okay, I'll head out first. Something odd in Eva's expression told Hideyoshi that it hasn't been a pleasant awakening, so he made George go on ahead. Rosa numero uno! She's gonna come out of this alive, I just know it. I believe in Rosa. Riddle's family and Rosa's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Eva and he. If episodes weren't like 4 streams long at least, I would do predictions on who's gonna survive. Not counting like the ending blurb where it says everyone died. But since they take way too long. We can't do that. We can't do predictions. Rose's family and Rose's family also went up into the dead, leaving only Eva and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Eva had a vague expression on her face, as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream. What's wrong? Why the meek face? I wonder if I'm using George as a tool for my own revenge. I wonder if my childish hostility towards Nissan has caused me to treat that child like a toy. What have I done? What have I... That isn't true. George is our wonderful son, and he'll always perform admirably wherever he goes. Eva, even if you let your own hopes get in the way of it, everything turned out okay in the end, hasn't it? You haven't done anything wrong. That'll come later, when George reveals he wants to marry a servant and you kill him. I haven't forgotten about that, Eva. I know what you're gonna do. In fact, George is grateful for the strict discipline you gave him, right? Really? Hey, really? George doesn't think I'm a terrible mother, does he? Does he? Does he? He's never said anything like that. Not even once. You're just worrying too much. Hideyoshi-sama, everyone has left the boat. Oh, did you lose something? Do you need a hand? Kumasawa had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi hid Eva behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen. Yeah, sorry. My necktie pin just got a bit crooked. We're fine and we'll be out in a sec. Wait outside for us. Is that so? Then I will wait outside. Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasawa realized that something had come up. It disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too. It's about time to go. We'll make George and the rest worry. George really doesn't despise me? Yeah, nothing of the sort. In fact, he's very grateful. Did you have a nightmare? Again? Yes. Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares. And they always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. Hideyoshi knew that Eva's relationship with Krause was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic. And that she still couldn't let go of the feelings she'd had as a child. That was a dream. I'm with you now. Headache mom or nightmare mom? I do feel a little bit... No, actually I feel very sympathetic about Eva. And this whole, like, description of how she's, like, perfectly fine and normal and nice even when she's not interacting with her family, but whenever, like, the reunion comes up, it just brings out the worst in her. It's kind of like the opposite of Rosa, where she's a monster all the time, except when she's in the reunion. Unless nobody's looking, then she's still a monster. I'm with you now. If I grasp your hand like this, that dream will go away. Right? Look. I'm holding tight. That hurts. She's a monster when there are no witnesses, correct? Thank you. I'm fine now. Let's get off the boat. Yeah. Let's get off the boat. Everyone's waiting for us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yelled at you. About the smoke from your cigarettes just now. Come on, you normally wouldn't apologize for that sort of thing. You're all flail after having that dream. Don't worry about it. I was wrong for not realizing that the smoke was affecting you. Have you started to hate me? No way, no way. If I hated you after something like that, wouldn't have lasted 3 days. Come on, stand up. Stand up. Let's get off the boat. I have not heard of the new puzzle game. Or maybe I have, but I don't know. Hideyoshi-sama, Eva-sama. Is everything alright? Are you not feeling well? This time, it was Goda. It looked like they'd kept everyone waiting too long after all. Eva had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble. Cassette Boy. Oh, no, I hadn't heard of it. That sounds interesting. Also, Eva feels like she's showing remorse way more than Rosa. Like, Rosa does experience remorse. I'm not saying that it's all, like, bullshit. But it fades very quickly, is all I'll say. Because I do remember that she was experiencing remorse even in episode 1. Eva, I mean. In that one scene right before they get killed. She was already experiencing remorse of everything she was doing. Because that wasn't something a good wife would do. Is everything okay? If it's a matter concerning your health, shall I call Dr. Nanjo? Thanks. But I'm just feeling a little anemic. I'm fine now. It's a woman's disease. Don't worry about it. Come on. Don't say stuff like that in front of people. It's embarrassing. Oh, sorry. Eva elbowed Hideyoshi in the guts. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. The disease that turns you into a woman, yeah. The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered, and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand. Please, Eva-sama, your hand. Thank you. Welcome to Rokenjima. Welcome back. Huh? When she left the boat, it seemed to Eva as though she'd heard the voice of her young self. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had told her welcome back. After becoming a shameless adult, the voice of her young self was distant. What am I living for? What can I do to release myself from this obsession? Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself. When Hideyoshi held on tightly to Eva's shoulders, his firmness alone told her that there was no need to say anymore. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. Oh yeah, Punny, I forgot. You didn't actually donate the whole 2,000, did you? So I guess that's why you can still donate. But yeah, 2,000 is the limit. Okay. That was a nice scene. Gotta say, this is like pretty refreshing after episode 2's whole thing. This is like the game is letting us stretch a little bit, you know? We can wipe the sweat off our foreheads. What? You mean 6 years ago? I mean, I was still in elementary school back then, right? It's pretty unfair to expect me to remember everything, don't you think? True. Especially because we're so young. We've grown a lot in these 6 years. If I hadn't been introduced, I might not even have remembered you. Really? I figured he was Battler right away. When he opened his mouth, I was sure. Oh. I just met him for the first time. Didn't know him 6 years ago. That's right. Maria-sama was only 3 years old then. Well, same goes for me. I only knew Maria when she was 3 years old, and since then she's grown so big. Of course I wouldn't recognize her. After lunch, we had all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk, and take it easy. Oh, we saw this in episode 1. I don't think it happened in episode 2. Our parents were apparently having an complicated discussion, so we ended up leaving them behind. Well, just as I'd guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me, since I'd been away for 6 years. Still, you've really gotten tall. I wouldn't call myself short, but your height really surprised me. That's right, I remember well when Battler-sama was like 6 years ago. But I was surprised even so. Yeah, seriously. I can hardly believe this is the same Battler we knew back then. I'm surprised how much everyone remembers about it. My memory is all hazy. It's all the same artist, yeah. But he does, like, drastically change his style over time, that is true. If you compare this art style to the art style in Higurashi. If you want to see a change in art style, oh, I see the bait. I might take the bait. Okay, fuck it. Check this out. Whoa! Okay. Yeah, I'll bet. Looks like it's taking you a while to remember us. You know, that hurts a bit. Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? I'm the one who has it bad, being forced to remember. Are you saying that you can't remember well because it was 6 years ago? I can remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. Well, your memory is great after all. You remember the kind of things Battler did and said back then pretty clearly, don't you? Come to think of it, that's right. Shannon's memory can be incredible when you'd least expect it. Ugh. I'm horrible at remembering. I remember fun things, but can't remember boring things at all. Ugh. We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that. Shannon, by the way, what was Battler like 6 years ago? Remember any interesting episodes? Let's see. I'm sure that he said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again. Oh, he said it in English, of course. Fucking Battler. I'll surely come for you riding a white horse. Yeah! Stop it! Stop! It's embarrassing! Sounds just like something you'd say. Yeah, I remember you always used to be full of those stupid lines, Battler. It really does sound like something Battler-kun would have said back then. Ugh. Embarrassing? Is that embarrassing? Yeah. Horribly embarrassing. Mari, I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you'll want to say embarrassing stuff like that. When that happens, make sure you write it down and read it 3 times before saying it out loud. If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. Still, everyone has to pass through that pitiful period. That's right, that's how you learn your place, learn shame, and become an adult. Yeah, it's one of those bittersweet things everyone does in adolescence as they transition to becoming adults. A memory you just want to forget. Ugh! After all, this was all stuff I'd let slip out without thinking. But I didn't remember the words exactly. But now that those words were being recited to me, They were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand this weakness, and was working hard to avoid such careless outbursts, but I guess I was just born with this habit of speaking without thinking, and there's nothing I can do about it. Shannon, do you remember any other embarrassing stuff? Yes, well, I remember a few other things, but since it looks like the person in question wants to forget them, I think I'll refrain from saying anymore. To be brutally honest, I don't remember this at all. Please don't make me remember. Oh. Shannon's bullying Battler? Oh. You can't. You shouldn't bully people. She isn't really bullying him. Let's leave it at that, okay? But Shannon, you'll still have to tell me all about it sometime Battler isn't around. Sounds pretty interesting. Yes, certainly. No, you can't, Shannon-chan! For a while, George Aniki laughed at me as though warming up for when Shannon-chan would tell him about more of my embarrassing misspeaks. Nice. I hope you get some good stuff. Something you can sell for $1 million. George looked like he was flirting with Shannon. But he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. He was always that way with his cousins, but he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling he was being a bit overly friendly, which seems strange. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and George Aniki and Shannon-chan joined in. This left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively. Hey, Jessica, is George Aniki going out with Shannon-chan? Oh? What? How'd you guess? Battler, you've got a keener eye for people than I thought. Huh? What? I was just kidding, but they're actually going out? Shh! Your voice is too loud. It looks like they're keeping it a secret for now, okay? It'd be better if nobody found out about it, especially on Teva. I see. Love with a servant, huh? Yeah, but since when? Yeah, I guess a lot can happen in 6 years. But yeah, Aniki's an amazing person, and Shannon-chan seems to be kind and brave. So they might make a pretty good match. Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit. I see, she really fits well with George Aniki. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shannon-chan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. Ugh, I can't take it. How long have they been going out? That depends on what you call going out, but I think it's been at least a year. But if you count the time they both had one-sided feelings, it'd probably be several years. Before I realized that the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach, talking about something. They looked calm. And rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked more like a serious one, as though they were already engaged. 6 years ago, huh? That's a long time. What did those 6 years mean to me? I've just gotten taller. It was all just a waste of time. 6 years I spent obstinately fighting with my dad. What about you, Battler? You got a girlfriend? I wonder. There's a few girls that I have fun with. But there's no only one. I guess I'm just a kid. I think it's more fun to be noisy with a large group of people than being alone with one person. Ah, that's so you, Battler. But take your relationships with your female friends seriously. Sure, Battler. When girls get wrong impressions or form a group, it can be scary, you know. They might be having secret feuds over you behind your back, with people getting hurt or crying. That's so weird. I think I remember getting the same bit of advice from one of the girls in my class just last week. What's this all about? Why can't everyone just have fun together? Do people really want to couple up that much? It's probably because you never found a partner like that, Battler. Well, you might run into someone sooner or later. You just gotta wait patiently. What? It almost sounds like you've already found a partner like that. What about you? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Huh? Me? No. Come on, that reaction is so easy to understand. From the looks of it, there's some boy you're thinking about, but you haven't been able to confess to him yet. Something like that. No, that's not it. Shut up. Who cares about that? If you're the one who brought up this subject, why are you yelling at me now? Women are creatures who always ask questions, and yet almost never answer them. What cruel creatures, seriously. Well, I did try to confess once. Well, I struck out pretty badly. Did you get on I'm sorry? No, a romantic battler mood board. Oh, that would be great, honestly. My feelings were seriously one-sided, and they didn't really know how to respond, I guess. They did know how to respond. They struck you down. They fucking murdered you. It was horrible. People were crying at how bad that rejection was. It was like they didn't view me that way at all. Well, I can understand that. You talk like a man, after all. If you don't act a bit more graceful, you won't be able to catch a boy's interest. What's the worst he could say, yeah? Is the way I speak really that bad? Well, how you talk isn't everything. But when people like you, who usually have a rough style of speech, suddenly start working hard to talk more normally, well, there are guys out there whose heart will skip a beat when they see how determined you are. Is that really true? I see, yeah. Jessica started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. I see. Even though her confession didn't go well, it looks like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. Take it from me, Battler. The thing about, oh yeah, you should start acting more, like, gracefully. Take it from me, Battler, who is really excited about being fucking stabbed by 7 women bullying me. I love when women are meek and submissive, and definitely don't love it when they're constantly hurting me physically. After seeing how George, Aniki, and Shannon-chan have gotten, I also kind of want to find a girlfriend. Just to not feel left out. I'm starting to get FOMO, he said. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important. And they went by pretty fast. As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer. I almost read it as gayer, I swear. But even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex. More than just the size of their boobs. By the way, it looks like George Yaniki's going out with the servants. Don't tell me it's the same for you. What? Why do you think that? Come to think of it, that kid Kanon-kun who greeted us in the rose garden. You were covering for him pretty intensely, considering he was just a little awkward at talking. No, that's not... Now you're getting paranoid. Then tell me just one thing. Right now. Is the boy you're after within 1 kilometer of this spot? Well, about that, I wonder. Kanon-kun was the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend. So, judging by her reaction, I was right on. I didn't think of the Yoshinomiya family as a noble family, but love for his servants? I wouldn't have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Eva would probably become an obstacle to George Aniki and Shannon-chan's love. If Aunt Eva ever learned that Shannon-chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious George. Yes? And that relationship between Jessica and Kanon-kun would probably be just as full of difficulties. On Natsuhi was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Yoshinomiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. Yeah. Well, love is different for every person. As long as you're with someone who's fun to be around, does anything else matter? When 2 people pair up, they don't need anyone's permission as long as they accept each other. Worrying about what your parents or family will say means you've already lost. Don't forget that. You better not go out with someone with mixed feelings. I can't believe you're saying something so philosophical sounding when you haven't even been in love. Don't treat love like a matter of profit and loss. It's about hearts. That's all I have to say. Well then, see you again. Have a nice day. George Nissan, Shannon, listen. This guy, he said another one of those lines. I didn't say anything. Ah, don't make fun of me. I heard it. See you again. For a while, we forgot the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. I grew a lot these past 6 years, and being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Yoshinomiya family. It sure is nice to have all the cousins together every once in a while. Ugh, I like it too. It's really fun where all the cousins get together. That's right. We're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other when our parents aren't around. It might not be a bad idea to gather cousins together and play every once in a while. That's a good plan. Maybe we should set up something like that the next time we get a chance. Yeah, I agree. I hope we cousins can stay friends forever. Hey, if you make such a big deal of it, you almost make it sound like relatives usually end up hating each other. George, Aniki, and Jessica laughed. But it felt just a little strange. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride, and at the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself. Battler, you were away for 6 years because you hated your fucking dad. Let me remind you. You're right. It's just like Jessica said. Let's always be friends to each other. Oh, me too. We're all friends. That's right, yeah. We'll always be together. We'll always be friends. Man, we've been saying some pretty embarrassing stuff. I feel kinda awkward. But I think it's very important. People are creatures who find it very hard to stay together, much less remain friends, unless they truly desire it. That's right. You really can't take everyone being friendly for granted. Oh, I wish I know said it. Happiness won't be granted unless everyone believes in it. That's true. Maybe some magic exists in the power of belief. If we all believe in that, I'm sure it will bring us happiness. Alright, well, if we're doing embarrassing stuff already, let's all swear to believe in this together, okay? That we'll all always be friendly, that we'll always be happy. Like hell, we'll end up like our parents. If we'd ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune. Okay. We'll always be friendly and happy. Let's all believe in that. No matter how much we cousins try to nostalgically have fun. Dark clouds continue to approach Rokkenjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see the clear skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As useful as we were renewing our old friendship. And we all believed together that we could find happiness. That's why I want this pair of days to end without anything weird happening. And peace and happiness and calmly. No, I don't just want them to end. Please, let them end. Let them end? Damn it! Don't show up! Don't appear! Damn it! Damn it! Sorry to keep you waiting. I finally prepared a new game. Come, let us begin this tale of tragedy. Come to me, winds, rain, typhoon. Cut this island off from the real world. Throw Rokinjima into another realm, into the spirit world, into a world of fantasy. And so, the tale repeated for a third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, second, or third time? It probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Would Battler surrender first, or would the witch? Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together to become a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling. Going around in circles, searching for that single rose that should have been marked. Oh, we're just doing like the Cliff Notes version of this part, huh? Not here! Not here! My rose that we marked isn't here. Ugh. Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here. And yet, it wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation at not being able to find something that should have been there. And, moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd be able to see it if she looked at a different angle. But even though she did that, there was no way to find something that wasn't there. The wind grew increasingly strong, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, if she couldn't find her rose here, it would have surely disappeared forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, the cold drops of rain tormenting to Maria were suddenly blocked. Hello? Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella up there, protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out that umbrella was the witch she admired, Beatrice. Beatrice! What are you doing so frantically in the middle of this rain? You could catch a cold like this. Even witches have to care for their own health. I can't find my rose. No matter how many times I search, even though it should have been here, I can't find it. Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it. Ho ho! So you can't find it. If you are a witch's apprentice, you should use magic to search for the rose. I believe that searching with just your eyes won't be nearly enough. Oh, I can't find it. I did my best and tried to search with magic, but I can't find it. I think practicing your magic is a very good thing, but it might be a little too much for you with all this wind and rain. Allow me to lend you some special power. Concern for one's disciples is also one of a teacher's duties. Thank you, Beatrice. Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew that there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. So she was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes, and spoke. All things in this world are transitory. Too bad, Maria. It seems your rose couldn't withstand all of this wind and rain. Oh? Then my rose. It was uprooted by the winds, and is no longer of this world. Oh. What Beatrice had said was quite reasonable. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off at the stem in the strong winds. However, Maria couldn't accept this and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan. No. Huh? No, no, no! It's my rose! My rose won't come back. No! I'll bring it back to life with my magic. Beatrice, teach me how to revive a rose with magic. Ha! It's much too early for an apprentice like you to learn the hidden art of endless magic. Know your place. Oh! Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regrets. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiable expression. Very well. I will lend you my power, the hidden art that can revive a rose. Really? Indeed. Well then, concentrate the power of your heart. Close your eyes, forget the rain, forget the winds, and search for the soul of the wandering rose with the eyes of your hearts. Oh. Maria closed her eyes. Then she repeated Beatrice's song-like words. Hum. Try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Hum. Try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Don't look. Don't listen. And believe. Release the power of your soul from the cage of flesh that imprisons it. That's it? Good. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria held? Lost soul of the rose, gather into one, and remember your form. Come, gather, remember. The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen, and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies, and they began to gather at the tip of that finger. Oh. This was the miracle of the golden magic. The gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. It rode on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. It then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the witch, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. No, she was probably afraid that, if she opened her eyes to look, the power that she had concentrated in her heart would be cut off, and the magic would be lost. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle, was the only witch, sole master of many miracles. Then, the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower. And when Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, the gold-colored sparkles scattered, just as if a golden soap bubble had popped. What remained was a single beautiful rose. It looks like you remembered a splendid rose. However, if we just leave it mixed in with these other roses, you won't be able to tell it apart. Shall I perform one last service? Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice, who was moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a single gold butterfly appeared, fluttered around, and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace and marking the rose. That will do. Maria, you may open your eyes now. Oh? Where's the rose? It's not here. Not here. Not over there. Over here. Look! I've marked it with golden lace. You did! Awesome! 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 Thank you, Vato! Thank you, Vato! I want to become a witch quickly. A great witch like you. And you can. Long ago I too wished for that innocently, just as you do. And I have attained that level. Maria was ecstatic over the revived rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Yup. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. An OP mom. Well, you can just hate your son. It is very easy to simply hate your child, as we've seen. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I try. Not just that of a rose, and kill and revive as I please. Come, the barrier of the storm has now sealed Rokkenjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger. This episode seems to be following the events of episode 1 much more closely than episode 2 did. So, Kinso, I've come to join in on your fun once more. Maybe that's why it's skipping ahead so much. My preparations are already complete. What of you? Have you prepared enough coins to bet in tonight's game? Of course, I am fully prepared, Beatrice. I've assembled a plethora of pieces. I'm ready both physically and mentally. So then, let us make the ante. All that you have given should be returned to you in the end. Come, take it! Kinso flung the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. The ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, disappeared. Kinso watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. I don't think I'll lose. You are mine. Forever. Are we rooting for him? Probably not. The ring that Kinso had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the Golden Witch and fluttered down. When it came down right in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, you would have expected it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in midair, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently, even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. See that the shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform embroidered with the one-winged eagle crest. Right. Episode 1, but we're seeing Beatrice here. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushinomiya family. Even so, bored dorks. Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. Ronov, is it? It's been quite some time. It seems you have remembered me. You were always a man who took loyalty seriously. It has been quite some time since your last correspondence. Not for a single day have I, Ronov, forgotten that I serve you, milady. I was more afraid that you had forgotten about me. This character is not big. Yeah, true. After all, you can be quite forgetful. I see, yes, I certainly am forgetful. I forgot even your sarcasm until I heard it again. Milady, take this. With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully and held out to Beatrice the head's ring that he just caught. It is the Ushinomiya family's head ring, returned to you from Ushinomiya Kinzo. It is now once again in the possession of its master. Indeed. This is Kinzo announced in the start of the game. Of course, I'll accept it. So, how shall we play tonight? Shall I prepare the roulette immediately? Or shall I prepare some black tea first? People with blue eyes. I can't decide which, but first, I need you to greet someone. I'm sure that guy's got his mouth hanging open and can't shut it. Right, Battler? Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Ronov, and I serve as the side of Milady Beatrice. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. See? His mouth's hanging open and he can't shut it, right? Yeah, no shit, another incomprehensible guy just showed up. First I grumble about goat-headed people doing the Bond dance, and then goat-heads start showing up in swarms. And since then, not only have those 7-ass Nissans appeared, but now there's even a butler. It doesn't make sense. Cut it out. By the way, Battler, did you notice? Did you realize that meeting him is a true devil's proof? Devil's proof? What do you mean? He may not look like it, but this guy's one of the 72. A genuine demon. In other words, I brought a demon right in front of you, which truly proves that they exist. Ronov holds a noble rank in Hell, the 27th highest ranked great demon. He's a pretty useful man. I summoned him at the high cost and made him serve me. It is an honor to meet you. While my name is amongst those of the nobles of Hell, I now serve as the head furniture of Beatrice-sama, who despite being a vulgar human, is a great witch of such caliber that demons flee before her. He's a very useful man, but he's impudent with his words. Frustratingly enough, he sometimes forgets to respect his master. Nothing in my contract specifies the manner in which I am to speak. Would you like to change that contract? It keeps me entertained, so it's fine. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After Van once to her back, Ronov returned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally, this would mean that he was asking for a handshake. What's this supposed to be? I am another who has been subjected to Milady's whims. In that sense, I am sure we could become good friends. This is a handshake of friendship. Of course, this is in no way implies your entry into a contract with Demon, so fear not. Sorry, but I'm right in the middle of a big fight with your master. If I only shake hands with an enemy after we've beaten each other up in a rainy schoolyard and are all worn out, like something you'd see in a teen drama. Remember that. I see. To shake hands with you, Butler-sama, I must create a fitting atmosphere in a suitable location. Exchanging sweet words and physical language with you that brings true to your heart. When the opportunity arrives, I shall arrange for such an encounter. I must say, I simply love situations like that myself. As Renov laughed tauntingly, he whispered to Battler, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, push him away. That's right. You're a creepy bastard. I see. Just right for Battle's Butler. It is an honor to receive such words of praise. Already making out. You know, I'm making this voice for Renov for a reason. I'm very confident in my tea brewing ability, so please look forward to tea time. Baking cookies is only of my hobby, so please feel free to request any snacks you may desire. Just what I'd expect from a pair of the same gender. You've started getting along well right off the bats. I'm jealous. My. I apologize for making you jealous, milady. I shall not sneakily snatch your guest away from you. Well then, I will leave for now to retake my post as head furniture and greet my subordinates. Please forgive my short absence. Indeed. Only the common goats and the 7 sisters used for the ceremony have manifested themselves. You will be able to finish greeting them in no time. Oh? Those lively 7 sisters are here? I wonder if those naughty girls have grown a bit more graceful. If that's graceful, I'll have to doubt the definition of the word graceful. Is that so? Then I suppose you've already had the opportunity to play with those sisters. Judging by your expression, it would seem they're just as naughty as always. Even though I am always telling them to act more fittingly as servants of Beatrice-sama. What troublesome kids. If that's your problem, don't worry. They actually act perfectly fitting for their master. Now even you have begun to say it. However, a conversation means that you accept your partner. The fact that you've started to respond to my idle chattering proves that you are gradually starting to accept my existence. That's because even if the sun starts rising from the west, I will definitely, absolutely never accept that you're a witch. You might want to try a more positive approach, like crying and kissing my shoes. Even if Battler was bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. A witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his willpower to attend to a new game. Oh yeah, he was pretty demoralized last game. We need to read the new bio. Renov, one of the seemingly 2 great demons, works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. He currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. In the high society of witches, employing him has become a kind of status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown. And I guess we might as well save, since it's been a while. There we go. And that preparations were complete. After Renov exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattered into several gold butterflies, and disappeared. It is truly pleasing to have such a boisterous atmosphere. How boring were the days when I was trapped alone on these islands, unable to regain my power and lacking anyone to talk to. I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as your butler. But tell me, why has that butler only appeared now? You said something about how only the goats and the Nechans of the 7 states had manifested themselves. What did that mean? Indeed. You still resist, but I am a fully fledged witch. I am in contact with several non-human entities in the spirit world. I'll bet. No sane people would hang out with you. First some goat monsters, then those ass Nechans, and this time a demon butler showed up. I hate to think about it, but the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if even more weird people appear. Among the furniture that work at the Great Golden Mansion, how many demons do you think want to come over and play? They will keep coming. Many of them will appear. When the door to the Golden Land is open, I will call back all of my furniture and build my new castle here in Rokkenjima. Then I plan to invite all of my old friends, and we will drink and dance together for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, I also plan to invite Ginso's family, you see. You too, if you wish. So is that what you mean? That's... since you lost your power for a long time, you couldn't summon them? And then, since your magic power has been gradually increasing, you become able to summon more and more monsters? It is as you say. You stop a hair's breadth before crumbling, but your heart is already wavering, and you are unable to deny that I'm a witch. That wavering in your heart has been slowly restoring my power as a witch. So, are you trying to say that creepy butler appeared because I started to surrender? That's right. Bit by bit, you are surrendering to me. Isn't all that humiliation you suffered in the last game a result of you submitting to me so deeply? Wasn't it great when you had to sacrifice your back for the sake of my feet? Damn it. I thought I'd be able to keep things as they were as long as I didn't accept you. But it looks like I was wrong. Correct. The closer you get to surrendering, the more the game will swing in my favor. Isn't chess the same? In the process of cornering each other's kings, we trade several pieces. Of course, I still haven't cornered your king. And furthermore, you're giving it everything you've got just to help your king escape, and have lost several pieces to me, as well as a large advantage. It is only natural that further developments will tend to turn in my favor. Damn. From now on, you will probably be frantic as you try to avoid my checkmates. However, as you do, I will steal your pieces from you one by one. In the end, you'll have lost everything but your king, and you won't be able to escape no matter how much you try. Then you will receive a true checkmate. You were talking big last time, weren't you? Something about how you'd never accept me and would torment thee with eternal torture? Only witches who have reached the endless level can talk about eternity. That's been beyond you ever since the very beginning. Ginso-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portraits. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Oh, this is the letter. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Ginso-sama to its fullest. I sincerely pray that this might will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. have returned. I would like I would like to once again remind everybody of the poll that we're still doing, where you get to say who's your favorite and least favorite characters, in case you came in late. It's right there in the pin post. Okay, we continue. When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And then, they all broke the silence at once. Ridiculous. What a worthless, vicious prank. Seriously. There is no way Father gave up the head's ring. Beatrice? What a transparent prank, hoping to confuse us just by bringing up that name. Hey, who filled this dessert up with a little too much fun? I want to applaud and praise you, so come clean, okay? Rosa? Of course not. I wouldn't pull a prank by assuming Father's name. Then, Aniki. Aniki? Me? Are you an idiot? It was Nissan, right? Only he could plan something this vulgar. Are you trying to mock me? I'm the one who wants to question you. Who's behind this ill-natured prank? Krause beat the table and stared at everyone. And that included the children too. He scared most of them. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have given full rights to Father's assets. Considering that the whole point of this family conference is the discussion of this subject, I think it's too hasty to call this a mere prank. We can't be sure. Maybe it really is one of Father's shady pranks. He might have planned this to shock us a bit, since we've been discussing the distribution of this inheritance without him. If Dad was one that planned this, then we can't take what Maria-chan just read out loud as a joke, right? That's right. If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from Father. The epitaph of the witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now. That one of us could solve it. There was plenty of notice. That means he was saying that the first person to solve it would be handed the inheritance along with all his wealth, right? See? My magic granted your wish. Nothing so foolish could possibly be the case. It is an unshakable fact that my husband is the successor to the Ushinomiya family headship. Well, doesn't this letter shake that? This is a message from the person who was given full rights to all of Father's wealth. Nissan's right to become the head had returned to a blank slate. The person who solves the riddle, the person who finds Beatrice's goal, will become the next head of the Ushinomiya family. Ridiculous. Do you think we can trust the meaningless words in that letter? That the seal was the real thing? There's no way we could trust that. Then let's try and go to ask Father directly. At this point, you can't get away with saying he's grumpy or feeling bad, right? The seal wax clearly shows that this was from Father's representative. If you doubt that, then show some proof, Nissan. Show that this letter does not contain Father's will. Very well. It is just as you say. It no longer matters whether Father is in a good mood. Let us go up and ask him directly. Do it. We'll ask Dad directly. That is Dad, so why would he act in such a roundabout way? Then again, I guess that would be like him. I wonder if we really should continue this discussion on the assumption that this letter came from Father. Stupid, Rosa! Isn't it obviously from Father? That letter is Father's. Isn't it obvious that he's given the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Die, brainless idiots! Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and die. Wow, I guess Rosa wasn't making it up. She had this idea of her sister that she always referred to her as a stupid idiot. And I think this is the very first interaction that Rosa has with Emma in this episode. And she is calling her a stupid idiot. I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter. But after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the three younger siblings, Eva changed her position, claiming that the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed. Outrageous! How can adults like you make such a worthless prank this seriously? I don't need to be father to understand his contempt. Whoa. Natsuki-san, all we gotta do is ask father and we're done, right? Won't everything be fine if father just tells us that he doesn't know about any letter? Nissan, take responsibility and just get him to say that he doesn't know about the letter. This is no time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, okay? He's still scared of father at his age. That idiot. If only he'd just give up and die. Yeah, let's get this settled clearly. He's probably eating in his study right now. Let's have him set down his chopsticks just for just a moment. It's decided. Let's go. Kirie, wait here for a while. We'll go to check whether it's true or not and come back quickly. Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Goda-san to bring in desserts. The four siblings, Natsuhi and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats forcefully and flew out into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kirie, who just shrugged, were left. In the middle of all this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she'd just read. What in the world was that all about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone. This is their parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us. But you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that. They were so blatant about it. Can't believe them. Showing off their greed like that. Ugh! Everyone has to believe together that we'll be happy. Ugh! That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan, you too. Feel horrible. We couldn't accept it at all, or we laid down our arms for the time being. We've been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, for that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. It's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could. I know it's hard, but forget it for now. All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please, don't look at your parents with those cold eyes when they come back. No matter how much you ask us, Kirie-san, that'll be tough. If we could be happy with an explanation like that, we wouldn't be kids. Ugh. Everyone, be happy. Can't get dark. Believe. If everyone doesn't believe we can be happy, that happiness will get away. Everyone has to believe. Oh. I like the sound of that. I believe too. I believe we can find happiness. Oh. I'm Kirie, thank you. Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Oh. Kirie-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met. Oh. Aunt Kirie believed. Now Battler and Jessica had to believe. Those two are strong. They'll feel better soon, and then they'll believe. Yeah. More importantly, I want you to tell me something. When Kirie-san said that, Jessica, Georgianiki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds. But we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler. Oh? What? Who gave you that letter? Beatrice. The witch drawn in that portrait? Oh, she gave me this letter and an umbrella. And she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything. Could you tell us about that in a bit more detail? Oh. Skipping ahead. Whoa. I didn't know you could enter the menu from here. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that in the end our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. You really hate to say it. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his grandchildren a good shock. They had all been so infatuated with the inheritance plan while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all of this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently, grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing. But he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then, considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So, did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice. But there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island is small, and there's no one living on it outside the Yoshinomiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and question her until she broke out in tears. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After her parents ordered us to get to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of that strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money. Or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. Georgianiki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? Many such cases. Okay, so we're less than 3 hours in, and we're already at the point where the first murders happen in the story. How long did it take us to get there in the first episode? Like 3 streams? Maybe not 3 whole streams, but definitely it wasn't until the third stream when it happens. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Yeah, since this is very much like very similar to episode 1, it's really rushing forward. Yeah, it's a lot of anticipation, but right now it's like, well, you know what's gonna happen. You know the drill, let's just get it over with. I'm also noticing, you know how they refer to the characters as pieces? And like each character between Battler and Batoriche is getting their turn to act in the story? Even though Battler's character doesn't know anything that is going on yet, like he doesn't have like knowledge outside of the current story that's going on. So he doesn't know that everybody's gonna get killed eventually and all that stuff. I do like, maybe I don't know if it's intentional or not in from Battler's parts, but I do like that he's shown to be way more sympathetic towards Maria as the episodes go on. Like in the first episode, he was really worried about her. And then in the second one, he was a lot more accepting. And then in the third one, well, we'll see. There's been zero friction between Battler and Maria in this one so far. Battler had cried his... Maria had cried herself dry and was holding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? George Nissan. You can't ask her that anymore. Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling. There are only 18 people on this island now. The thought that somewhere in the rain a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter is now hiding somewhere doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely, somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from that portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Somebody. Though, in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Jessica would be like, I also tried doing this once, but I didn't convince her at all. I put on the dress and Maria just thought I was Marisa from Toho. They're like, no, I'm Beatrice. No, you're not. You're Marisa from Toho. You're not fooling anybody. Me dressed up? No, it wasn't me. You have no proof. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer is good at riling people up. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does, in such a dramatic way. Though he failed to give it any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Sorry, Grandpa, you're still cancelled. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart. Doesn't matter who handed the letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we all acknowledge them, they'll all at least exist inside Maria. I see. I guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria-san's word to heart, then you would arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on the island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. Forest. They mentioned the forest a bunch of times in the first episode, that's right. But we never actually went there at all. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Bertolita's letter. Krauss strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Krauss had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Oh right, land oceans, true. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph could receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Krauss, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Yoshinomiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. Anyone. And furthermore, this meant there was a chance that all of the Yoshinomiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this a scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Yoshinomiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth, but they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings? Or maybe some unknown person. No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels. That's right. And the mere fact that you realized it means we won't have to waste any more time. It's certainly not that father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Yoshinomiya family? Will you give it a rest, Eva? You too, Natsuki-san. That topic's finished for now. Shall we cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over. Sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too here? Aniki looks like she's in a bad mood. I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rulf had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. Silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. And if you will excuse me. If you need anything, call me at any time. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now. I wonder. They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold. Hello, Pinsy. A mysterious 19th person as a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally, in that kind of story, it's safe to bet that the person doesn't exist. That one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought. We should have fired all the servants of the one-wing deal, no matter what excuses we had to make. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for the long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nisan. And whether or not Father was behind this, the person who had handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed. In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we? All of the siblings had alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. Give me a second. I gotta do something real quick. Promise. Out of all the servants, said that they were going too busy with bed making to make any spare time during which they could go to Maria-chan in the Rose Garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? We're saying that the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice-sama, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you? Rosa, you used to believe in that so much. It really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe at this age. In the Witch of the Forest. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might actually be a 19th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying that there couldn't be a 19th person. But Kiria had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests in this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent the letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kiria-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in that fairy tale-like legend of the witch. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It is pretty crazy. And I hear a lot of people actually got pulled into the next Silent Hill because of it. Vice versa, a lot of people got into Higurashi because of that Silent Hill game. Is this another topic to insult father? Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal against him. I wonder. However, this is father we're talking about. It could be possible, right? I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact. Oh, I thought the music was starting. That was a follow notification? I think it was. Thank you for the follow. Oh man, it actually got me. That's ridiculous. Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. Hello. Hello, son. But the woman in that portrait, that Richi might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san. It looks like we aren't talking about a witch. Something a little simpler. So, it must be something like this. Enjoy lurking, Pinsy. Thank you for saying hi. Everyone suspects that father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Nazi snapped at it immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Ginza wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Ginza had built the mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. I'm sorry, Natsuki-san. I know how much you respect that, but that rumor started a long time ago. He handled the construction on this island entirely on his own. People always guess he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that, hidden somewhere on this island, there's a secret mansion none of us know about. I see. This island might look small on the map, but it's quite large for just an Ushinomiya family to live on. So people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for this mistress to live in? That would be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside the mansion. That there might be a hidden basement, with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate autolock on that study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? After all, Father did spread that rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us know about yet. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Like Parasite, you're right. I mean, spoilers, whoops. Spoilers for Parasite, I mean. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Furthermore, Ginza had a mansion this extravagance. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. From what I've heard, the legend of the Rokenjima witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to this story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but Yoshinomiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats on stormy nights, we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from behind those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Aniki? Yeah. Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress, living in secrecy on this island, as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous? That they might actually be somewhere around here? Sounds like one of those devil's brews Rudolph's always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion on the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? That's a good plan. From the perspective of risk management, it's probably much more prudent to say she might exist, rather than saying she couldn't exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now. Huh? Uh, it's fine. I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst-case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of the company. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a man who values silence. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room, after purposely not telling anyone where he was going. However, when the witch's theory was slowly refined into a theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for that immediately, because of some urgent situation. Yeah, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say it for certain now. She was a person to be pitied. So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did he find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room, but the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. Even at that time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclination. So some of the I think that's a typo. I think that should say father, not grandfather. So some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So in short, Grandfather frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went. Yeah. Since we couldn't find no matter how much he looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all. It leaves only the forest. And if you tie that up in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built the hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, instead of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lives, and he sometimes went to see her. I was so young at the time. Also young. I was so eager to find where Father was having his affair that, at one time, I followed him when he went outside. Of course, it was a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen, and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him. And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. That actually made me sure. He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that be going to meet his mistress. Probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for this mistress to live in. Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? And had Ginso's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Hirie, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. How long has this rumor about father's mistress been around? As soon as we removed to this island about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. People and material would have to go in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. Probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara. Since father had set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara. Probably. If, as father says, she is the source of vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Yoshimiya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps father gave some sort of valuable advice for succeeding in business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave father the gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a close relationship after that. Rather than a festering relationship with a mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Yoshimiya family from its crisis. I don't know what Natsuki Nesan saying has a ring of truth to it or not. But even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far? Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. Aniki, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by chance, did you? Maybe you even bumped into some gold there, too. You think Rokenjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that although you say you're opening a resort, you really have been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Krause tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings, who knew him so well. Krause was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the islands, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Krause, with all his guile, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure, too. The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale. But the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Uh, well... when the mansion was built on this island, father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. It sounds like the kind of situation father would like. Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. It feels like that kind of hobby. On this island on which the Yoshinomiya family had lived for 30 years now. A hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinso's strange habits and his past wealth. It might not have been possible for father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house this beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades, without it becoming inconvenient? Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right? Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, and in a way that would satisfy father. For example, even if it wasn't a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. And it would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. He would need clothes and makeup, and daily necessities. Probably not makeup. Well, maybe if he was really insistent about it. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or the servants noticing? She would need makeup. When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to father. Indeed. You should never underestimate father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. It's a woman's job to wear makeup, that's real true. I wouldn't put it past that, Kinso. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kiria had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. After all, Father's legend of the gold started before he gained possession of Rokkenjima. That means his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach. Almost like she was under house arrest. You'd probably go insane. That's right. Even if what father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at that time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter. You should talk. Kraus laughs as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back. Quit it, Aniki. So if everything we're thinking is true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance that their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. That is an insult to Mother. Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders amongst his relatives. Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and father was set up as the Yoshinomiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinso like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Patoricha in those distant days, Kinso's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinso really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it would have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead. Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship too. I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if the mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father, so she'd be inferior even to the children. In other words, she'd be the one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from. I see. So that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Yoshinomiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinso, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinso never loved. How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress actually exists, getting in on the battle for the rights to the hit's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What disregard for her own position? Natsuki turned red, her fist quivering. She had also come into the Ushinomiya register due to complicated circumstances, which is a very muted way of saying against her will. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinso's dead wife. Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds Yoshinomiya family be his mistress Beatrice? Or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love? Maybe he wants to make a struggle over that to see who's worthy. Ateba giggled roguishly. Prowl shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely saying, "Hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now," and snatch everything away from us. That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place. How would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. It really is strange. That certainly was the case. If the epitaphs show the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? They actually did solve it. Wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph? And then plan to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. Now, if you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the golds. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aniki. Kiria, please keep talking. What do you think that's? After all, do you really think we'll let go of the Yoshinomiya family headship? Just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? And we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up? Well, that's true. No way they're so naive that they assume we'd just give up after being told their answer to the riddle. Then we just say, here you go, and hand it over. Of course. The headship of the Yoshinomiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us all, this won't truly count as a game. You're right. Unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. And what might this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headships? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. I see. I get it too. In other words, it's trade? Huh? What trade do you mean? A trade? Trade what? Yoshinomiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold. And use that as a bribe to gain the Yoshinomiya family headship. Ridiculous! They want to trade the headship of the glorious Yoshinomiya family for money? Blasphemy! Blasphemy against the Yoshinomiya family. Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Yoshinomiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Our financial situation has nothing to. Krause interrupted nothing as he started to go on and on emotionally. Back in me, right? It does hurt. But that's the way it is. They need to give her the gun back, really. She needs that gun back. Way more than Rosa needs that shit. Miyasa, I hear your current situations are quite unfathomable. Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation's really bad too. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. Who are you saying has no talent? What do you mean financial straits? After he became indignant once more. But Krause raised his hand again and interrupted her. It seems you're making a small mistake. This is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with long-term outlook on business, such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Aniki, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So, this is what Key is trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble. And Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth? At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as a successor. I don't know who's saying this, that's why my voice is generic. Generic. By that I mean my normal voice. My normal voice is generic. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. This isn't funny. Do you think we just give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin? Just because she had a little money stored up. Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had given up much of the Yoshinomiya family's assets. So it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Batsuricha would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be giving up his position of successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know. Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Yoshinomiya family for money. Don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Natsuhi. Stay quiet for a while. Dear? This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons. That's 2 billion. Yeah. That means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I got any attachment to the Yoshinomiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure. Yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We're trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, I'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Oh. If the 3 younger siblings who never had anything to do with the inheritance were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. You know, now I'm really thinking about that one scene in episode 2 where everybody's in the chapel acknowledging Beatrice as the witch. And now I think we know the full context of this. Will you accept me as a true witch? No. What if there were 2 billion yen on the line? Yes, you're a witch. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. That makes sense. I would assume it's worth a lot more now, yeah. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Ginso had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Ginso's personal assets. Therefore, when Ginso died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus' situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets. As a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus' embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Ginso, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, They each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rokenjima, the wreckage of Kinso's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Yoshinomiya family name. In other words, Batorichi's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Yeah. Not as the winner of Batorichi's game, but as the winner of Kinso's game. Kinso once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it. Though Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is a less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, he still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet she had gone through all of this trouble, telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game, where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? He had tried spinning the chessboard around several times. He searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, thinking something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, he reached a single conclusion. Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing? What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it. After all, we have here 4 of the father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they try frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had superior position in negotiation compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden golds. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but that was her only goal. Why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in mind a significant type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible. And you're saying it's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the loser, so they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds to a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risk. I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well. I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance. Arrogance. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us, if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by father, but by her. Sounds great! Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made head, right? I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. If those other idiot siblings could solve it, I'll solve it by myself. And then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Yoshinomiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will solve the riddle. Oh, she's gonna do it. And then she solved at the end. Woo! I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice, who lived on the islands. So there can be more than 18 people. Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Pardon me. Butler-sama, would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who calls himself Ronald, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on the silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet guests. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my! Such a shame. And the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully, they would be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like it. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and I regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than Beato, so who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear? Yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. Renaud mocked me and giggled. He followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19 prison, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just going to say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there. The question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily solved. You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch Battler-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. Or Nanjo, and those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. I won't let myself use any of them as a scapegoat. And Nanjo. In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Accept and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished. Butler-sama, use this theory about a 19 person as a spear. Or should I say, a shield? In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect a 19 person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human, without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room. There were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as 19th person existed. In the very first game, Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect any of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Right. Everything the adults are saying is true. And none of this can very easily be denied with Rex text. The Beatrice can't just show up and say, oh, there's no mansion. There's no hidden mansion. Surely that won't happen. Using this argument, it's easy to explain. For example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I think that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battler-sama? You have never met this 19th person, yes. Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move. My. Please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like. There's no more fitting move for you guys to use. One of those devil's proofs. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. They're cheap moves. And that's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume there's a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, separate from the Yoshinomiya family mansion. And that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human. That's called actual proof in the human world. Yeah. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists. Even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the table using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist, and wasn't able to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means... if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her no matter how hard you looked. So you can say that your inability to find this 19th person prove that she doesn't exist. Therefore, It's impossible to deny the 19-person existence. Beato used the Devil's Proofs to make denying her own existence impossible. This time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with these arguments, then forget just the 19-person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, he's just going full hubris mode right now. You can't prove that there aren't 100 people here. Like, yeah, she might not want to say there isn't a 19th person, because that could be inconvenient, but she's probably gonna say, yeah, there's not 100 people. There's absolutely not 100 people here. Among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just the 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the Devil's Proof. I don't need to prove anything. You can't deny that even 100 people were just there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against the witch. Well, this is just my imagination. But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing gold masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable. Almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hidden somewhere. Well, I don't think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. I do think. If my opponent were human, I'd sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? He really is asking whether the world was made of pudding. No, he's more like saying, the world is made of pudding. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. You can't prove that it isn't. Have you inspected every single speck of dirt in the world to say that it is not made of pudding? You haven't, so there you go. I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain its using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You have learned from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. You first strengthened your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. Well, even if we do assume that there's 19 person, there's still a few tricks left that I can't resolve. Like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Trying not to laugh his ass off. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Battler-sama, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You encountered my move of asking where the proof. Oh, you countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the Devil's Proof. A good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Let's have it. I got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. This move you presented called the Devil's Proof. It is a specialty of us demons, but there is also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Oh? Just then, an enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. If it isn't, my lady, good morning. I thought you were doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against the Devil's Fruit. Enough. I will make this move. Do not get in the way of my fun. So you've finally shown up, you fine witch. I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that. Right? How rude! Is that true? Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. How rude! Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. In other words, it is a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black? That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that? If you instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens, you would reach the same argument. If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens, and prove that none of them are black, then, as a result, you can claim that, therefore, blackbirds are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you? Yeah, no kidding. I got no idea what you're saying. Butler-sama, what about this example? Let us say that you have two boxes, and one of them is a winner, with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called a contrapositive. When if A, then B is true, then if not B, then not A is also true. Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after you first move. No cookie, no! But there are cookies, and Battler's not eating them. He doesn't want them. He rejected the cookies offered to him by Ronald. That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven, is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it, equals this box isn't the winner. And as long as you accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches. Very well. I will teach you about my move. First of all, you are stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person, equals the culprit is one of the 18. Huh? What do you mean? Only that I'd counter your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Or no, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie-in-a-box analogy. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about 2 treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19-person box. So the cookie represents the culprits. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there. You have paradoxically proven that, therefore, the cookie is in the 19-person box. Then, let us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19-person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18. But it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack. What the hell? If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19-person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookies is in the 18-person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yes? So, that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword? That's right. As soon as you play that move and attempted to explain everything with a 19th person, you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. I see. Temple's Raven. So this is a countering technique? Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the looser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. There aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. You think of it as a total of 19 boxes. It gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the box for any of the 18, so I used the Devil's Proof and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine. But then, Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19-person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb is in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. Oh, I see where this is going. Okay. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It will be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, I have to do it perfectly. Like, by staying with them the whole time. Never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that would be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beato does for hers. Yerp. When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raiden turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let us say that I make the proposition, all humans except me equals foolish. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort you need to open all 18 boxes. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equals foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that entire human race is more foolish than me. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. This Hempel's Raven. What a ridiculous argument. It is a very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. But they propose that the blessed equals the servants of God. The contrapositive is a human is not a servant of God's equals he must not be blessed. So, in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection. So, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness. An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. So, by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. You demon. It's a demon's argument. It's crazy. It seems we gone off topic. Let us get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete. And now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore, the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist. I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right? For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd counter one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch in an island with no more than 18 people. Still believe in the innocence of those 18 people. Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Yes. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in. We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? Ah, wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple. But if we're gonna use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? They counter my twisted logic with something even more twisted. So the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you will think up a 20th person and claim that they are the culprits. By repeating this endlessly, it would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see, I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Ginso's grandchild. It looks like you have been gifted with a talent in summoning. In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18. How do you like that, battle? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. How foolish. Who do you think I am? I am the Endless Witch. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person holds, you will summon a 20th. When your 20th person holds, you will summon a 21st. And then when your 21st person folds and your 22nd person folds, you will summon a 23rd person, a 34th person, that big number person. Do you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity? I laugh at your infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me. Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. I have the power to speak the truth in red. Oh shit! Here it comes! When I speak in red, I will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. See, Battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face. What? Why are you laughing? I wonder what creepy kind of look I had on my face as I laughed right then. The red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will Beatrice-sama use the red this time? Oh, what do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed. Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood red treasured sword of yours. Let's see. Will you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful. Does that mean self-destruction for you, right? Yeah, that's what I was saying. That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Bato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If he used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. Hello, Gridra! Been pretty good. We're having another confrontation with the witch. This is massive spoilers. We've started episode 3. So there's a lot of spoilers going on here. So if you're planning to see this later, look away. But thank you for coming by still. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a nice sleep. And you wake up feeling very invigorated. It'd be sad and difficult for me if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick. And almost completely got her boxed in at one point. She was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then, she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. It can't be an intellectual battle because I'm an idiot. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. To use your Hempels, Raven. First, you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are, other than the 18. And after that, you'll proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprits. That's right. That might be the fatal wound to me. I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient. Try taking it out. That treasure sword, that trump card of yours. This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right? Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always swiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course, I'm afraid. Because my victory condition is the denial of witches. Then, to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I wasn't able to understand that. So that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword-fighting movie, that a good fortress has one, and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. That would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I was luring her into launching an attack there. Gouge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so you'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right. That red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are in this island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. It's no surprise you're Keenso's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Ornov cleared his throat. It appears to be a stalemate. The black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, milady. Ornov, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident. Hello, Cancer. Yeah, this guy's awesome. But she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. The gayest man. By now, she had completely lost the confidence feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponents. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she has grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? That's starting to get interesting, huh? Battler. This isn't getting us anywhere. Then, should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual? Huh. The usual, you say? Then, by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Hello, Fire Mountain. Oh, by the way, guys, new poll. It's out. It's here. Even though you weren't here during the start of the stream, it doesn't matter because the poll was posted at the beginning. So it was made with the idea that you would be voting only with the knowledge you have until the end of episode 2. And I encourage recency bias. Because I sure did vote with recency bias. In some ways I regret it, in some ways I didn't. Here I go, Beto. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say this in red, I have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. Did I post it? I haven't posted it. I mean, I haven't shown the answers. But the actual poll is pinned here. I'll probably show it off once this scene is done, because I'm gonna stop there. I won't be able to say a 19 person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. Oh, you hit the pin. Okay. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. I refuse. I won't say why. I avoided what could have been the worst red for me. If she repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook in the king. This was a big sign on my advantage. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone, and since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19 person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't the witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades. Did you just call me, an endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years, a human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly. Or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage. Depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19 person unless she uses red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with a human X who wasn't in that. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on board. It looked like Bat also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. As she pulled out her red treasure sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless, red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is a reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish the red words, the more they begin to lose, bit by bit, that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use the red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information. Or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world. Like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, the red treasure sword can be used without a lot of preparation. Okay, what's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. I refuse. At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it. But Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. You refused? Which means that, from now on, I can create as many fictional characters X outside of the 18 as I want. Do as you wish. I refuse to repeat what you have told me. Isn't that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough. Still acting tough, I see. Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You call it my red treasure sword. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasure sword is at its best when it's cheap. In fact, there are times I can instill even more fear because it is cheap. That's right. So, as I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times, I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think about it that way, yeah. It's a sheath treasure sword. So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We have still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign for this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now. We did it! Let's go! GG. It's over. Me when I win a single hand in Mahjong with the most pitiful amount of points, but lose every other round by dealing to the winner. You win a single sumo, but you lose every single other hand with a run. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit, until I was greeted by the sound of Renob's applause. Yeah. Spectacular, Battler Sama. Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move. Or is she guiding me into taking it? After all, knowing you probably know I'm being led into a trap. Not clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I'm innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while. This Spuller sure has a vicious tongue. He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, milady, Balder-sama, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. As you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let us advance the clock. Renaud, black tea, please. Certainly. How about a cookie? I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time, she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? What? Bring it on. Show me what you got. No one wants the... I want the cookies is the thing. Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Oh, fuck. That's how you know shit's getting real. Listen. Uh-oh. Hello, Professor Ramses. Welcome.
What the?
How's it going? Hope you guys had a great stream. What are you up to? Would you trust anything? I would trust anything Rosa said. Except, I will never be mean to you again. That is the one thing I would never trust. Hello. A rando of Zelda? Zelda 3? Or is it SMC 3? Or just something else entirely? Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Oh, I think I know what's coming. So, guys, I was trying to end the stream around this point. MSMC3. Okay, awesome. Hope it was a fun one. I was trying to end stream at this point, but I was like, oh, I don't want to end it right now, because we're kind of following a certain line of logic that's gonna be really hard to come back to in a week. I don't want to lose the thread, you know? Huh? Sorry. Me too. I think that too. What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut on siblings' fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated. She wasn't even yes-manning anybody. Guess we gotta stay up forever. No, I assure you, after this one, it's the end. It's gonna be a little bit of a doozy of a scene, though. If it is the one I'm thinking of. And had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she had hung her head, and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. I'm sorry. Do you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it. The best in the guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? Is there something you're worrying about? No, not really. Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I almost forgot. See, it's a good thing we're dragging this out. There we go. Yay! At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kiria's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either. No, um... She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Do you think of something? We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back worrying about yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after another, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice, I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's still alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The one in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What did you just say? What do you mean, Rosa? But it wasn't really me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Ah! When I read this, I immediately was like, yeah, I do believe Rosa has killed someone. Damn. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about. Calm yourself. Rosa-san. I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. First, literal meaning. Second, it backs up our earlier guess. Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right? I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Ah! calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsuki-san, the pitcher, please. Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please, calm yourself. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Oh, fuck, the scene ends there? The scene ends there? Well, I guess the scene ends there, guys. I guess that is... I guess the game decided this is a good place to stop. Interesting place. Okay. Here we go. Yes! Because I'm evil and because I know what scene is next. Ah! And also because if the scene ends there, that means the next end of scene is gonna be like 2 hours away. I'm like, ah, man, I can't do another 2 hours. I have the time, I just don't have the energy. I'm probably gonna die if I do another 2 hours. Anyways. I am going to do something really cool now. I'm going to look at the results of the poll. Which I've been meaning to look since the beginning. And find out that nobody filled it in. Okay, there's 10 answers. Very good. Here we go. Oh, fuck, man. Okay, the poll did drastically change, I will say. We're seeing some big changes already. Let me see if I can find the old one. It should still be around. Okay, so here's the old one, yes? Of the favorites specifically. There you go. Jessica and Beato were had a very strong lead here. And then Maria and Battler. That is the old one, yes? We'll get to the least favorites in a second. Next, let's look at the new one. Okay, so that's the old one, yes? This is the new one. I'm surprised how at this point pretty much everybody voted for someone. Except George. Nobody voted for George. Lambda Delta got 2 votes. Wow. People really like that character. But yeah, look at that. Battler with the 6 votes. What happened to Jessica? They killed her very early on in the story. And we are encouraging recency bias. So she didn't get a lot of chance to do a whole lot. Oh, and look at that. Maria got more votes as well. Nice. We also got a vote for Burn. The family members are pretty much even, except Kirie, who got a little bit of extra points, I think. Uh, Ganon got more votes. Nice. Very good. Major players, Rudolph and Krausen. Yeah. Okay, this was a pretty satisfying to me because there was some big changes going on. Let's see if this applies to the other poll, though. How do people feel about... First, let's look at the old one. The old one is this one. This is the least favorite poll. Very dominating lead with George. That little guy's kind of epic. He sure is. I agree. Okay. Now I'm going to look at them. I'm going to take a picture without parsing what is going on here. But it's a surprise to both of us. My brain is simply gonna ignore everything that I see until it is on the stream. This is easy for me. This is my magic spell. Okay. Here we are. So we got Rosa and George pretty high up. Kinso following behind, and then Rudolph. And Kraus only has 2 votes. Okay. Now, let's see this one. Natsuki actually got 1 vote this time around. Somebody went, actually, fuck her. Fair enough. Rosa has beaten George. No surprises there. George lost 1 or 2 votes. I think he lost 1 vote. Somebody hates Canon. Okay, understood. Somebody hates Lambda. Somebody hates Burn. Beato. 2 for the Stakes of Purgatory is kind of awesome. Ginso was in 4. Ginso is now in 5. Kraus is the same. Wow, actually a lot of points for Goda. I'm more surprised. What happened here? Goda was at 2 before, now he's at 4. I think people are starting to make some theories behind the scenes, and that's how those numbers are being affected. Because I don't see any other explanation. Eva also got a point. Okay, so it was more or less the same, but there were some differences. That's good, that's good. And if there were this significant a change in points, I feel like there's going to be an even more significant change by the end of this episode, because a lot of things happen in this episode. Oh, you watched Umin3ko stage today of episode 1? Or of the whole thing? Well, no, I guess you wouldn't see the whole thing, right? Because that's like 3 hours per episode. I don't even know if it's finished. Episode 1, okay. And I don't even know if it's all subtitled either. It might not be. What do you think about it? Like, I saw like half of episode 1 and really liked it, but I was wondering, would a person who hasn't read the visual novel be able to keep up with it, or would it be too overwhelming? I wasn't sure because I already read the story, so I couldn't tell you. You're back here. Classic moment of Ginso saying Beatrice's name. Okay, guys, I hope you look forward to the rest of this episode, because this episode is kind of crazy. It's already showing to be pretty crazy. Yeah, it's very stylish, that's true. Now, was recently discharged from the lesbian club. Yeah? Man, it's really funny how I saw that scene and I was like, oh, I was just sighing from relief. Like, ah, man, finally, I feel good. I feel good again. Finally, some good old-fashioned hating woman in my visual novel. Just light subjects here. Don't have to deal with the whole child abuse thing. This is the bar that I have right now. Yeah, there was a scene near the beginning that is a flashback where it's like, just Kraus, telling Eva why she can never be the successor and why she's stupid for doing things that a woman shouldn't be doing, and explicitly telling her what a woman should be doing. And then Eva gets mad at him, and then Kinzo shows up and does exactly the same thing but screaming. Uh, and I'm like, oh man, this is so much lighter than the things that were happening in episode 2. I am so happy that's the case. Yeah, that was a bug theory. That was one of the theories Bug had concocted for this mystery. What if Kinso was a lesbian? Well, I'm really, really sleepy, honestly. I forgot to put you in the end screen. Whoops. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I knew just by context how Kinso hated women, but I seen it up close again in episode. Oh, I forgot how explicitly he hates women. Oh, thick hair. Yeah, it was really sad. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed, crash, but not out, only crash. Enjoy watching some Medieval 2. Go say hi to Lexi. Or not, it's up to you. Thanks for the misogyny, no problem. We love to fight it by breaking the glass ceiling or whatever is going on here. Thank you again for the follows and the rates and just watching in general. For coming and for voting. Very importantly, for voting on the poll. That one was the most valuable thing you did. Aside from showing up, that is. Okay. Have a good weekend. Take care, everyone. Good night. Bye-bye.